Good morning. This is Secret the Scuff coming to you live with the finale of Ace Attorney: Spirit of Justice. Wanted to get this done yesterday, but my internet died, so that was unfortunately not an option. So today we're going to try and get through it before the internet dies. Again, in case it does happen, because to be honest, I didn't really figure out why that happened. So with our limited time, or rather, time that we do not know how limited it is, let's hop right into it without talking too much about the theories. We will go over... no, we won't talk about theories, because to be honest, I don't have much going on other than Nina is the queen. So let's just get into it. But I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad. Oh, is this talking about... Okay, this is them talking about Apollo's real dad dying in the fire, right? Yeah. My real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. I wonder if Dads could tell me anything about him. Oh, are we going to be channeling him, perhaps? Because if we do try not to, we need to channel someone, yeah? That's the way this is going to go. Maya's probably going to do it. So the Queen can't be channeled. I doubt it would even be tried. I think it's probably something that's going to come up pretty quickly. But if they did attempt it, it would be to put the nail in the coffin to reveal Nina's identity. But we could definitely channel Apollo's dad, assuming Dats tells us his name. Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful. But there are so many pages I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all this. And I think I know just the person to ask. Oh, organize it, huh? Is he gonna, shuffle up our, inventory, perhaps? Let's see, is this important? Maybe. There's a scary-looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. It's called a kukri. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that? That was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw the knife at it, but I whiffed, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? Oh, really? I thought it would be. Maybe subtle foreshadowing that she's the real enemy. Okay, we don't want to look at the image again, do we? Is that it? Who's the kid? Wait a second. That's you, Apollo. I'd recognize those horns anywhere. Is that really the only way anybody recognizes me? You were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young gentleman? That's Nayuta, back when he used to smile. Wow, his smile is absolutely angelic. Sure brings back memories. I was taking the day we all went out fishing. What was Prosecutor Sanmari like when he was younger? He was kind of quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Kurain for the better. But now he's no better than... Now he's nothing more than Garen's lackey. It seems like Dats has a lot to say about Nayuta. I'll ask him about his thoughts later. Okay, that is important. I think the only other thing in here that's relevant right now is this. Dats, what's with the altar? It's where we pay our respects to the victims of the Defense Culpability Act. The DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. Okay, yeah. You talk now? Yes, there we go. Dats, wasn't Yuta once part of the Defiant Dragons? Yep, Yuri was a rising star in the Resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Said he'd become a prosecutor and give Inga and Garen a smackdown they deserved. But now he's... a puppet of the Garen regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. It doesn't add up. I wonder what happened to him. Me too, but if I had to guess, I'd say Garen has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew. but it seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come to think of it, Dirk did say... Oh, right, gotta do Dirk voice. Nayuta is suffering? Yes. He knows the rightful state of Khura'in's legal system, but something forces him to bend to Garen's will, and it's tearing him apart. If that's the case, I bet Nayuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. Oh, okay, something else to examine, perhaps. We've already searched here, but it never hurts taking another look around. Oh, okay, I guess we just need to present then. What do you want to talk about? Oh, right, the necklace, perhaps. But, what? Do you know something about this? Nope. It just felt like shouting is all. He had me going there for a second. Okay, I guess we gotta wait until little Dirk's around showing that. Maybe the photo, perhaps. Yeah, the photo seems like a good bet. Nope, that's not it. What do we want to present to him? Because we can't leave. We've already inspected everything. We've talked to him about everything. Oh, ask him about the father, right? I wanted to ask you about this picture. Ah, that's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he searched all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Dats, please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. Ah, there we go, perfect. Do you know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels. This file also has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago. That's right. Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar. And the next thing you know, Dirk's asked him to come over and play sometimes. And then the place went up in flames. Yeah. Dirk had just stepped out for a second when the flame broke out. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out. But Dirk risked his life to save you. It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. All your pop's stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him. Did he not know the name? All we know about him was all we knew about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice, or something like that. Dirk did everything he could to dig up what little we know now. What about my mother? Do you know anything about her? Oh, no, that's a plot point for Phoenix to talk about. All we know is that she was traveling with your pops, but that day she was off doing something on her own. So then she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh? But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you'd gone missing. No doubt. But the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed, they're probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave out too, but we never found her. And with her father's stuff all burned up, we had 0 leads, not even a photo. So, that's how I became an orphan, huh? Yeah, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. And maybe she figured you died along with your pops. Wow, I had no idea you'd been through all that, Apollo. Okay, I think now we just had to present the assassination case, yeah? That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Oh, yeah, sure I can. I got the whole thing memorized at this point. Let's see. See this page? It's definitely worth a look. Oh, that's right. Prosecutor said Madi was part of the royal family, wasn't he? Okay, let's see. As a son of the terrorist Dirk, Nayuta was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Khura'inese people. Gotcha. Yep. But he was expelled after that whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world, though. Because of the whole the sins of the father are visited upon his children thing. Yeah. In the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he is also a terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So, as his son, Yudi no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. That must have been really hard on him. Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled as the son of the criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, the pride and joy of Khura'in. Now that's the Yuta I know. Super smart, never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get where he is today. Oh, who's this? So then you believe me? You believe in my son's innocence? Oh, why does it say old man? Your poor son, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release in a declaration of innocence. Oh, who is talking? Oh, it's just a generic old man, gotcha. Oh, thank you. I'm forever in your debt. Huh? Who's that? Oh, hey there, Mrs. Inme. Hard at work, I see. Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act. Mrs. Inme, please don't forget our case too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able. What's Mrs. Inme doing here? She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband has been imprisoned, parents whose son's been falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people. So she's trying to help the revolution along, huh? Oh wait, Phoenix is here and he didn't charm in about the mom. Well, I mean, I guess this is kind of an inappropriate time to bring it up, huh? Oh well. He'll bring it up eventually. In her own special way. Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All these people who've been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for just this chance. And they're starting to speak out in support of us. The people are responding, and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of revolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something. I've got it. Why don't you hold on to it, Dats? It should be safe here, right? You can count on me. I'll get it back to you in the time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice. Alright. What now, Apollo? Well, we've got a handle on what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Oh, I forgot he was here. Edgeworth is here too. Hold on. What was Edgeworth's voice? Maybe I should wait here, then. We'll attract undue attention if we go out in too large of a group. Okay. This probably is the last visit of the, investigation, yeah? And this is no doubt the only investigation, considering we're on the afternoon of day 2 at this point. Hey there, son. Came to see your old man again? Hold on. Alright, I'm good now. Hi, Dirk. Guess they're done questioning you? Yeah. You'd think Nayuta might have cut his old man a little slack, but nope. He really laid into me. Seems they're really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb. When I wouldn't tell them where it was, he confiscated what few possessions I had left. Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him? Alright, well, I think we should start by just talking to him, right? I don't think there's anything we need to present. Oh, actually there is. He confiscated all of my prized jailbreaking tools. What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in their right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No. I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. I wonder why. Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. Your Karaini's attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone. Yes, because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath. The dragon never yields. Oh. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Kurain's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. He was always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuta, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe. Alright. And now, time to present some things, like that necklace. The pendant. I found this in the tomb. Look familiar? That's... Dirk. Where did you find it? Down between the monk statues in the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk? Oh, it's something I bought. Huh? Why is he suddenly acting all awkward? I wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. Okay. I assume it's, Amara's. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Oh, right. I'll give it a try. Is that a talk thing or present? Okay, it's a talk. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who is he talking about? Nayuta seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I've no idea, so... Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about. Oh, someone you really care about that isn't Nayuta? Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk? What? No, don't be ridiculous, son. I wonder if Phoenix's Magatama was acting up there. He seemed to nail Dirk head on. The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now, and there will never be another. Oh, and now Apollo's bracelet is acting up. My bracelet! Wait, does this mean... Dirk, have you really not met somebody new? It's time to perceive, for what may be the last time. I could see them getting maybe one more in. Anyway, the lying statement is, but she's gone now, so let's take a look. Is his other hand visible? It is. I can't look all the way down on it. Oh, there it is, found it. What the heck is this? I hate it when they do this with the sweat. That's the worst tell. They did this in the first Apollo Justice game. I had to look it up. With the guy with the toothbrush hair. It was so stupid. I hate it. Gotcha. Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. And you unconsciously move your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. How did you know that? How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce me to her at some point, right? I keep telling you, there's no other woman. Fine, then let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this. Satisfied? Huh? But that's the pendant we found in Amara's tomb. See? I wasn't trying to hide anything. Then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Hey, what's this button for? Well, it's a pendant. It opens up. Whoa! It's... It's a picture of Dirk and some lady. And she's a really young-looking one, too. Mon Dieu, are you into younger women, Dirk? Uh, Dirk, you old dog, you. You got yourself a younger love. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara before she died. If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger, too. Oh, hey, you're right. Aw, that's no fun. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it, isn't this woman the same one in the pendant's photo? Ah, yes, the photo of little baby Rafa. Right? The woman in the pendant is also the one in this photo. Apollo, where did you get this? From the safe in Inga's room. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. Here's why the photo couldn't be 23 years old. It's the book. The book. It has to be the book. Now take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So this photo must have been taken after Garin came into power. And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. So then how could Amara even be in this photo? What? Wait a second. That would mean Amara is still alive? Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? Well, I'm glad they didn't take this to court. It's nice to sort this out early, considering how obvious it is. Dirk, what do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Garin regime. Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true? Yes. I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was fit as a fiddle. So then, the sarcophagus in the tomb is empty? Yes. That entire tomb is one big charade. Garin had it built to stage Amara's death. But so, we're not going to be cursed by your vengeful spirit? That's a relief. She was being held under virtual house arrest. So I freed her, and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. Look at how they're both grinning from ear to ear. Huh? Wait, there's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Oh, that's definitely not Dirk's fingerprint. Oh, Mr. Sanmati, I want to hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara. Okay. I wonder whose fingerprint it is. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Garin must have told her that you tried to kill her. I tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the blaze. And she believed you? She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read. I bet she was thrilled you came to her rescue, Mr. Sanmati. To be set free by your beloved, it's like something out of a fairy tale. Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Garin's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like. Dirk, does Nanyuta know about this? He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nanyuta is following Garin's orders? Most likely. So then, do you think that deep down, he doesn't really want to prosecute you? Well, he is not one to show his feelings, and lately I've had no idea what he's thinking. Apollo, we need to grill the Queen about Amaro when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding, is that Prosecutor Zanmati? Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know. I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Well, let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. Huh? Oh, okay, I guess we had to present the photo for that one. Weird they didn't give us a dialogue box. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me? Huh? What are you talking about? See? I told you it was Prosecutor Zanmati. What? No, oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, if it's Nayuta, it was taken when he was about a year old, right? That would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago? Huh? You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive. Uh-huh. What kind of an answer is that? No, it's Rafa, yeah? Before you go, son, there is something else I need to tell you. Something important. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. So, what's this something important you had to tell me? Well, listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Oh, is this the theory that I had where he's being channeled right now? I'd love that if that was the case. It might maybe possibly potentially explain his dark vision. Huh? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There is no escaping death now that it has set its sights on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. You can't fool me, Dirk. Uh-huh. That's strange. Why isn't my bracelet reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that. So, you're not joking? I'm afraid not, son. Sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately not. Not for what I have. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So please! It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now. But you always say a dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now? Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why? Listen, Apollo. I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd all lose hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. Why is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are my... I thought that this time, we finally... But now... Damn it, why? Apollo? Listen, son. I don't have much longer to live. But I'll never let them execute me. Not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm not going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that... I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm going to win this case. I just have to. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Forgive me. You'll just have to find out for yourself. That's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you. I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk. What is he talking about? Oh, wait, he's not going to reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we've run out of things to discuss. Apollo, are you okay? I'm fine. Free him now! Release Dirk! What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Uh-huh. It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. Alright, well, I have a pretty solid theory on what's going to happen, but we'll hold that for the to be continued, maybe. I like to collect any information I can before giving my spiel, even though I'm pretty confident in it. Whoa! What is all this? Oh, wait. We got a 2D cutscene. Okay.
Ow, ow, ow! Let go, will ya? What are they?
Are we gonna lose the Founder's Orb, perhaps?
People are coming to take their courts back.
I don't think we would. He probably left it in the hideout, yeah?
Don't hold back, man! Arrest them all!
Is Dark gonna tell him to back off? Let the trial take place? Dirk belongs to the people! Give him back! Yeah! Where are you holding him? Quiet down, you! They have my big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong. Hey! Stop pulling my hair! Release my son! Release him now! Stop that! No biting! This is really something. And it looks like Datsun and Mrs. Inmee are leading the charge. You unenlightened fools. Do you honestly think this will change anything? Yudi! Oh, why do you keep serving that witch Garen? It's... Hey, Nayuta! You again? What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. They'll be arrested? Just for protesting? They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Garen, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse. But weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How can you go along with this? I am simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down. No, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Nayuta, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away this time. We need to talk. I see there is no reasoning with you. Very well then, speak. Nayuta, you really had to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood, it's just not right. Again with this drivel? Your ethical standards are not the be-all end-all of the world around you. I'm not getting into another debate with him. Nayuta, did you know that Dirk is sick? What? He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably wouldn't even make it until his execution day. What are you talking about? Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, Enough with the Zen monk act, Nayuta. Tell me how you really feel. Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine. Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been get Garen's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Nayuta, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere? So, Dirk told you, didn't he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garn regime is holding her captive. No, they are keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held? I only know that it is some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life, akin to that of the monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Nayuta, aren't you really doing the Queen's bidding because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk, you know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I want you to help him however I can. I want to help him however I can. This time, it's our turn. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? Haha, what a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Huh? Let it go and move on. The guilty verdict, the hopelessness, you must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hopes now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Nayuta, are you really just gonna roll over on this? I have no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you'll excuse me. Apollo, I sensed a whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Sanmani just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow as deep and dark as an abyss. Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk won't be the only one who will need my help tomorrow. I think it's about time to pay Queen Garn another visit, and ask her about her sister, Amara. I can't agree with that. I feel like that's a way to get, like, half the cast arrested. You should really bring that up on trial, but okay, I guess we're doing this. To the audience chamber. Okay. Let's see. The Royal Guard isn't around. That is utter hooey! You cannot continue to deceive the people like that! Rayfa, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Rayfa and Queen Garn over there? You deceived me too, Mother. How can I ever believe a word you say again? You, nincompoop. Oh, and she runs away. Your benevolence. I, couldn't help but overhear. You impudent. Ah! What is she hitting us with? I thought it was her staff, but is it just her fists? Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she really actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. Oh, she's punching him. That sound, the onomatopoeia they chose, not onomatopoeia, the sound effect they chose, really seems like the sort of thing you could use for hitting someone in the head. But she's not short enough, she's not tall enough to bonk him, so I guess she's punching him in the stomach? Chest? Probably. What's the matter with the princess? It sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Rayfa said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean that Princess Rayfa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? It would seem so, and she doesn't seem to be taking Garn's lies very well. But that's no surprise, considering how much Rayfa reveres her mother. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. You there. Are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you if you could spare a moment. Okay. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirk learned Amara was alive, he rescued her, and then they ran off together. But she was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nayuta doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. Oh, what an active imagination you have. A lawyer and a comedian, how droll. Whoa, where'd they come from? Anyway, if she's gonna play dumb, I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Alright, well, straight to the photo, I guess. Your Eminence, I asked you to take a look at this photo. Why, it's a photo of Amara, and here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means. Very well. Royal Guard, stand down. Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command. It seems there is no need to perpetuate the charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. So then, you admit that Amara is still alive? Yes. She is under our protection in a safe location. I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept? Now why would we tell the son of a traitor that? Guess she has a point there. Now, heed our warning, horned devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her. Good. Now, there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? The Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts. I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free running tour of Khura'in. That was the Royal Guard's own doing. A nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb, ever. Why do you want the orb so badly anyway? Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secret. I guess it makes sense, considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here. So, we ask you, Horn Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk? Does it look like I did? So, you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard. Yes, Your Eminence. Search the devil and his belongings. What? At once, Your Eminence. Don't move. You're only making this harder for yourself. Yikes. Hey, cut it out. What the? Oh, are we gonna lose evidence when this happens? Hey, Apollo, don't strip here. Stop resisting. Just submit to our strip search already. No, wait, hey, cut it out. Hey, stop that. Man. Rest in peace as my poor tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence. So, you have hidden it somewhere. No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused. Dirk was right. She really is bent on getting the orb. Mother? Looks like the princess is back. I took a stroll to try and calm myself, but I still find this situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara. So she does know about that. Rafa, you do not yet possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have little faith in our people, Mother. But it is the royal priestess's duty to always speak the truth. And as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. Huh. The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. Do I have all my evidence, I wonder? I think... didn't I have an extra piece? Did I have it? I thought I did. Did I lose something? I don't think so. This first page, I think, is the same as it was before. But I thought there was a third page. Why did I think there was a third page? Well, I mean, the things that are important seem to be here still. The photos and the pendant, so I guess it's probably left as is. It was an honor and pleasure, Your Eminence. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now. Good idea. We need to go over what we've found and collect our thoughts. Oh, do we actually have to go there? Really? Huh. What left do we have to talk about at this point? To be honest, I was expecting to be in trial by now. Or at least in the waiting room. Ah, you're back. Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored. I watched the Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm, while you were gone. And my verdict is... it's an outrage, especially its theme song. Even worse, if the people here believe it's an original Kuraini's show. Can you believe it? I've already spoken to... I'm not sure what he's babbling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. I seems to have skipped over something. Did he say anything interesting there? Spoken at length, Mr. Arbol. Okay. Moving along to things that actually matter. We've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time we go over everything we've learned so far. Okay, well, if we're going to be doing this, I should give my little theory before things go on. So, Dirk is dead. I don't know how long he... Well, I mean, I had assumed he was dead before when he displayed the dark vision. But I guess that's just something he has. Unless the bat is magical, okay? Which I really don't think so at this point. But Dirk is undoubtedly dead. He went into the tomb to meet with Inga and Maya. Nina, who is actually Amara, was already there. And Dirk died. Yeah? Somehow. Inga was stabbed in the back from someone hiding, probably Amara, hiding in the curtain. And when Dirk died somehow, he was channeled by Amara. Thinking about it, okay, Dirk's corpse is definitely in the sarcophagus, because the only way they would hide it, especially since it's refrigerated, so it wouldn't leave a smell. The sarcophagus itself is empty. Okay, so let's work out a timeline here. I don't know how Maya's involved yet, by the way. So Maya's sitting in the corner, probably unconscious, maybe not. Nina comes in early, hides in the curtain. Inga comes in. Dirk comes in. Dirk instantly gets murdered. Or at least he probably instantly gets murdered. Nina... Well, actually, Nina might have been behind the curtain or something, actually. But, well, like, not behind the sarcophagus curtain, but behind one of the other curtains. It's unclear where she's hiding at this point. Yeah, Dirk gets murdered, his body is put in the sarcophagus. Nina stabs Inga in the back. He clearly does not realize it for a while. And then Dirk gets channeled, and he's still being channeled, and he's probably figured it out by now. But how does all this connect? I don't know the order of events. Not to mention the possibility of Maya also channeling someone. We know the Founder wasn't channeled because the orb's not there. Though Dirk has seen the orb. No, Dirk couldn't recreate the face. We need to, Jangle Justice here. Oh, Jove Justice is his name. I thought Jangle Justice, yeah, Jangle is his nickname. So Jove Justice, you have his name, you have his face. He died in the fire that Amara died in. We're channeling him. Or at the very least, we're getting his little, dying message rights. Either way, it's happening. In fact, it's probably just the dying message rights because Maya is hospitalized and Garen's definitely not doing it. And Amara is obviously preoccupied. No clue where the brooch comes into play yet. The little gemstone button. Yeah, not the slightest clue yet. The gunshot. Oh, Amara's probably dying as well. Imagine Amara was shot and then she started channeling. That could be a possibility, unless... Oh, actually, that's how Garen... Not Garen, that's how Dirk died, probably. He got shot. That makes perfect sense, actually. Unless they decided to do the dark turn of Amara also dying. The pink pendant probably has Inga's fingerprint on it. I obviously don't know. I didn't memorize people's fingerprints from the previous trials, but if I had to bet, it's probably his. I don't know why it would be his. It's not because it's either his or Amara's. Yeah, I think everything here is straight. I don't know what the notepad's for though. Nina, Dirk, Phoenix, right? Yeah, no, I seriously have no idea what this is for. Okay, so in that case, things that we have not resolved. We don't know if the drip badge is supernatural, but the chance is very, very slim. We have no idea what the notepad is for. Unless Inga was having memory issues, which I doubt. And I have no idea what the gemstone's for. And I have no idea how Maya plays into all of this, because she's sitting in the corner this entire time. Presumably. Let's see what these guys have to say about the situation. In the Orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head? Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it looks like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost terrified of what we will find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. Real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Inga and why? Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drawing a complete blank. I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out. Without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. Well, getting in's the easy part, because you can just get him to come in beforehand. Well, we have plenty of evidence and statements. I just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. This case has one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk completely innocent, we'll also have to exonerate him of a crime committed 23 years ago. Amara's supposed assassination. Right. We know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. He couldn't discover the truth, even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. The Fire made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? No, that's one thing I've never done before. A trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of the Wright Anything Agency. Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? Oh, and we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and is sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in a very public execution. Yeah. Beat the charges or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this anyway? Don't worry, I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow, it'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery. Okay, good. I was wondering who we were going to take. I was wondering if it was going to be all three. What? No! I want to help! I'm a part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackquill to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Simon? Well, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive. Make it back alive, huh? And what's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your client like that. And it'll play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, in the worst of times when lawyers had to force their biggest smiles. You're right. Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show on our faces, right? But will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? When push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? Oh, and then here comes the to be continued, I assume? Yep, there it is. Perfect. It only took us... Actually, it took less than an hour to get here. Man, I definitely could have done this yesterday. If only my internet had left. What, trial day 2? Excuse me. Huh? This isn't day 3? I thought we were on day 2, and this is the next day. Is it happening this afternoon? Alright. Well, there's no way this is going to go on for an extra day, right? Yeah, no chance. Not a chance. Oh, they're standing in the pool. We need that. Also, can't say it's a great move to make your flag mostly white, if it's in this case. I mean, I guess it's cheap. Yeah, I suppose so. Cheap and easy to make. Anyway, here we are. The lobby. For the... not the final time. There's probably going to be at least one recess. It's complete chaos outside. Well, let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but I haven't stopped you from winning your case here in Khura'in. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Oh, I'm surprised they let you in here without being arrested. Here you go, just like I promised. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's why I thought I had 3 pages of evidence, because I had the orb. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Haha. That actually sounds way better than where we were staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, I just said something to that effect. That witch Garin wants us to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Khura'inese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm gonna win this one, you'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way to the courtroom. Right. Oh. Here we go. Final court. Final trial. Oh, it still says dead. Oh, I guess it would say dead one, yeah. Let the trial of Dirk Sanmati begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back now, Yuta. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Kurain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sanmati? No. I want it to be the other way, please. That would be much more convenient. Prosecutor Sanmati? Oh, yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? Oh, very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuta? Well, Prosecutor Sanmati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are the son of the accused, Dirk Sanmati. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. But can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sanmati, going against his own father is just... How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters, sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha ha ha! The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sanmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. Oh, whose voice was that? Oh. One moment, if you would. But your Eminence. Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh, that's interesting. Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sanmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that is not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sanmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No. It is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. Ugh. We shall handle this prosecution of the enemy of the crown, Dirk Sanmati, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen gonna prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Kurain. First Your Majesty, now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? I had heard she served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor. I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. Ah, I am at a loss for words. Think I would once more bear witness to her eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Oh, why the Royal Guard? Oh, okay. Can't say I was expecting that. Huh. I mean, I guess they. Oh, what a magnificent sight! The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. Just think we'd get to see it once more. What the? You know, to be honest, I would have preferred if she stayed how she was, instead of making her look like a villain. I mean, she looked like a villain before, but that wasn't because of her appearance, that was her aura. That's Queen Garen? Talk about an extreme makeover. Oh, hey, look at that. We got Phoenix doing, like, the assistant poses. Oh, it's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of the Kurain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back her polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench as a headman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious, huh? Now, it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth. Did her nails suddenly get longer, or were they always like that? Oh no, they were in her sleeve, so I guess we wouldn't see, huh? Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Uh-huh. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Did she practice, perhaps? Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. I guess Garn might have said something to her. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. Garen didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand, the prosecution has yet to review its contents. Is this divination from protocol a part of you? Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sanmari, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sanmari? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sanmati, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fool, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin. The divination seance. Nina, my robe. Looks like Nina's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head? Yes? You remove my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Naya's replacement. I could see that. Are you gonna give her the staff? Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Oh wait, does she not? Oh, she doesn't use a staff, does she? Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting. I predict we're going to see him facing Dirk or Nina, and then he's going to fall over without any pain, yeah?
Let the eyes of
And maybe some incense smell?
clear, and our ears be unstopped. Oh, dance of devotion.
Yeah, I think that's
guide the
about it.
victim's soul
Can't
to
think of anything
me,
else it would be. Maybe hear someone?
so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Well, here we go. Probably second to last Dance of Devotion. I still think there's going to be one more for Apollo's dad. What do I usually talk about during these? Because going off topic during this short little section never seems to work. I think in all the previous ones I just talked about how this game being on the DS, or the quality of the cutscene. Yeah, that's probably what I did, but I don't think that's gonna do. I don't really have much to say about that at this point. I can take this moment to review the stream to see if it's dying. It's kind of. I mean, that's mostly due to the fact that I keep the settings low on account of my horrid internet. Something which I would love to fix by the time, so that we can actually start playing a game that's higher, FPS. Like Dark Souls 2 and Yakuza 0. We still have not gotten back to those. I know. I'm sorry. We're not going to get back to those by the end of the year. We're not. I'd love to, but it's just not happening. Probably January is when those will be back. And once we're done with Phoenix Wright, we'll probably just take a break until the end of the year. We're going to be doing this at least until the end of the week. And maybe next week? I don't think so. Next week will probably be the start of the break. I do have things to work on after all, like, fixing the internet so that I can actually have higher FPS, more stable streams. Because we've certainly come a long way from how it was originally, but it's still not quite there. Now let's look at this little memory. What do we got? Oh, I, I, uh, huh? Hmm? Oh, are we actually gonna get a therapy session here? Oh, and she's down. But your benevolence, what's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This isn't good. I mean, Athena is here. We definitely could get a therapy session. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. Huh. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. I mean, of course Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty. Yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would. Alright, who's this? Staff, perhaps? Oh, Dirk, of course. I didn't recognize your shoes. Is this not the accused? It is, indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Karen. Now, then, Mr. Dirk Sanmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could. Oh, okay, we're actually gonna get to, analyze this. That's nice, that's nice. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the intermin, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. Well, he did say he was holding it. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point to the finger at you, Mr. Sanmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garin wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? Huh. Alright, you know, a thought occurs to me that maybe Inga wasn't as corrupt as he seemed. I mean, he seems to be doing a coup, but considering how Garn seems to be becoming less and less reliable by the moment, I think there's a possibility that he was set up. No, I don't think so. The way he acts in front of Phoenix definitely does not seem to indicate as such. I was just thinking that maybe because he has so many papers that he hasn't gotten to, and how he keeps putting it off, that maybe he was trying to investigate them on his own time, but that seems like to be giving him too much credit. I was struck by... Oh, right. I just read this. So where do I want to start with this? Do we just press everything? You're standing there with a bloody knife in your hand. Do we have the knife in here? Perhaps. Yeah, unidentified bloodstain. Already wiped up, does not belong to the victim. That is important. Well, let's see. I don't actually have the knife in here, huh? Well, how about the autopsy report? Right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. But okay, well, I think we just had to press everything, considering he has no knowledge of what's happened. You were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? It could have been from the incense, I guess. Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken, after all. That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime? How very convenient. Next I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not? Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch. It is your wish that I should claim your... Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now, in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along. Ha ha ha. Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen. Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. Do you have an objection? You called, Your Eminence? Does she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. And there you have it. Oh, right. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. Oh, there we go. I was wondering if we were going to hear that chant again. Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sanmati, if you would. It's like, the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it, too. Okay. Probably non-existent. That seems to be where the bloodstain comes in, yeah? We're going to press it just in case. But I think we just go for the bloodstain. We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility of a third party was there. Find the possible in the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right? Who? Me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through the cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off. Right. I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Ha 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 ha! Geez, taking kids like that must shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. Find the possible in the impossible, huh? Can I prove there was at least a possibility there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see, I came to... I think I should press anyway on everything, just in case. You stated that he was as dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure? It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was. Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Inga much sooner than you expected. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider! What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother. Oh, that's interesting. It seems you truly do have a death wish. Ha 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 ha! Is that really all you've got? Dirk, I'm begging you. Enough with the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please. Alright. I'll try, but I can't promise anything. Days passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Garen. I have no motive. You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution. He wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Let's add it, just in case. That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well, then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested. Bloodless revolution? Could you be more specific? I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throne. Go ahead, Garen. Act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get. You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you. You truly are a fool. I will prove your guilt soon enough, and display your head for all of Khura'in to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. You're mistaken, your maleficence. It will be you the people speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by her own people. I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the headsman's axe. Ha 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 ha! Oh, I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, Despo. I know that self-restraint is as foreign as apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this. And one more to press, alright. Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I, when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances. And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. Besides, that's Apollo's job. In that case, you will strike the statement, "I didn't kill him," from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom, and the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating, "I didn't kill him." What? Sure, whatever. It's the Garn show, after all. Same as always. Okay, that's interesting. Did it actually remove that sentence? Oh, look at that. It did change it. Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now, please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? All right, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it. He believes I'll prove him innocent, huh? Even with all these inconvenient truths? Is that what he's saying? I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, after all. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with. If only we could establish the possibility of a third party. But does the possibility itself even exist? We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. Well, we know how to do that. It's the bloodstain, yeah? We can double check one more time. But, yeah, we'll double check. Not the orb. Not the badge. Not the file. Not the book. Not the statement, right? Let's see. Yeah, not the statement for now. Oh, wrong button. Not the photo, because that proves that she wasn't there. Oh, I assume we use this to prove that the queen is not the one channeling the spirit. I mean, I knew that, but, like, Garn specifically. No, that wouldn't make sense. Why? I mean, okay, it's an alibi. It doesn't matter. That's not it. No, no. Mysterious blood, probably. No, no. 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 I don't think so. I don't think so, because we haven't fingerprinted it yet. So it's the blood. Blood time. Go. Your evidence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Fey were injured at the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped away by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to... Oh, do we immediately say Amara? I think we just say the real killer, right? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. Oh, you know? By suggesting it's Amara, they probably mean, like, it's Amara's old blood because it's her tomb. That makes sense. I was wondering why we had the option so early to divulge that fact. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well, then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would look. Somewhere no one would dare look? Huh. Let's have your answer, defense. It's the sarcophagus, yeah? We've already discussed this? Now, where can the third party have hidden? I must say, Judge's voice is starting to tear me apart after all these sessions. It'll be nice to take a break from it for a day before we get back into it with the bonus chapter. We might actually push the bonus chapter back in case I need Thursday off as well, but we can't say quite yet. For now, we'll anticipate it being on Thursday. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard, and that would be the inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within, but if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. That is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain, and then we'll see just who the real killer is. Uh-huh. Bow your head and kneel, lawyer, so your head may be parted from your shoulders. Uh-huh, but the trial's not even over. Hey, you're... How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is that of the traitor, Dirk Sunmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did the blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he really have coughed up that much and lived? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Aw, shoot. You got me. No, he got shot. Pay attention, horned devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that, did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be Queen Garin. Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk's son Mahdi, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So, this is why Garn allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who would support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sadmadi. Oh, what's this? You, shall pass judgment? But, Your Eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. Okay. As Queen of Khurain, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Okay, who's gonna speak up? I assume it's Dirk, right? Huh. Oh, it might actually be Rafa. I think Rafa could be a good contender to stop this.
Objection!
Okay, it's Apollo. Wait! You didn't even give me a chance to rebut. Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. What? How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? That might just work, actually. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. But if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Oh, even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so, we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have been knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes! Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve as any purpose anymore? No, I don't think so, which would save my throat quite a bit. I hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time. How could my testimony be of any value? Your Benevolence? Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again like this is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sanmati, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So, there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Garin told Rafa about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. Alright, what does she have to say? Let's see. Oh, a map. That's nice. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbedhead and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second-floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Ia's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father? And at about 2:30? Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So, after Minister Amara's tomb... so the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30. No one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now, hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garin, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. Alright, hold on, I need to get a drink. No, I'm not leaving, by the way. I'm just, muting so I can drink without you guys hearing it. Alright, I'm good. Let's get started with this. Where do we want to start off with this? Because we do have that note earlier about Shadow. Where's that at? Around 2 p.m., Shadow ran into the courtyard and stole Nina's hat. Okay, well, maybe we should press the first statement, see if she can expand upon that. You say you've been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seemed like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. Your benevolence? As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Sheesh. Teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Okay, I guess we're not getting anything about Shadow. Well... in that case, what angle do we want to take instead? Do we have anything about the spilled water, perhaps? Not there. Nothing there. Yeah, no, we don't seem to have anything about the spilled water or Shadow. In which case... oh, I guess they were inside, weren't they? Taking this picture. Huh. Well... let's see what else we have.
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was? Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which, I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and was looking pale? What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. Okay. His face pale. Why would that be? A gemstone caked in soot. The butterfly pendant. The painkillers. The notebook? No, it's certainly not the notebook. And this is around 2:30, so it's not the statement either. Okay, let's press it. See what she has to say. And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Oh yes, absolutely. Your benevolence? Let's have some details. The more the better. But the details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well? Is that a yes or a no? Yeah, foreign devil? I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet, I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think he struck a nerve. Or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So, you didn't see anyone except for your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. Well, we know that to be a lie. You were gazing since around 2, and yet over here it says... yeah.
Objection!
Oh? Okay, yeah, I thought that is it. Okay. I just accidentally hit my volume, so I thought it was wrong. Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. That's Nina's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. Huh, right. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nina's hat, which means she had been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nina sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. No, of course not. Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nina, and I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain yourself, Your Eminence? I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case. You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nina. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nina, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down to the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. I suppose you're right. Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there? Yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nina? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nina was... she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. Huh. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nina simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is, what? Well, we need to know where she disappeared to. It's either into the residence of the Justice Minister or into the tomb. Do you have any idea where Nina disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nina disappeared right at that moment. No. Wait, you think Nina had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nina occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleases within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... first my father, and now Nina? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nina did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nina's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes it is. while that dingbat dog was tugging on Nina's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water, and if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Actually, there was a set of shoe prints that went inside. Uh-huh. Then... that's right. Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina. That's right. Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. What? And you didn't write it down for me to use? Now do you understand? Nina could not possibly have gone into the tomb, and that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Ah. Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is Her Eminence, Queen Garan. Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer. Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nina not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but Mr. Wright, your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nina? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nina entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah! I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because... I feel like he probably saw a ghost, right? Because, that's the obvious answer, because he saw Amara, who presumably he did not know was alive. Because my theory that he's actually not that bad of a guy seems to be going stronger by the minute. But the other choice is that he was attacked by Nina, and I think that's where we need to go for now. Maybe he was attacked by Nina. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Okay, that's not what I wanted to argue, but okay. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I don't think the possibility exists. I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nina's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities can coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nina in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sanmari, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore it. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So he could conceivably have been moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nina with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, your majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? Bore? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Ha! Not again! Nayuta? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now hold on. Oh, chanting time. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Please, stop! Oh, he didn't chant. I guess he's gotten better at it. Nayuta has a point. Normally most people would notice a dagger in their back. Ow! Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. There must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well. Please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed? It would be his pain medicine. Those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We are told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What? What's this? Okay, well, that's some of the obvious bits out of the way. But I must say, I didn't expect him to have been stabbed in his room. Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw Father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Naina in his private quarters. Pokunka? Oh, been a while since we got one of those. Holy Mother of Kurain, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Naina killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Naina to the stand. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Naina's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open, well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No. The simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Yeah, that's a horrible argument. What was it? Are you Your Eminence? Or is that the princess? I don't remember. But yeah, no, that's a horribly flawed argument. It's the other way around. He's not fighting for his life because he's accepted this case. He's accepted this case because he's willing to fight for his life. Very important distinction. Bah, still cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution. Is this some sort of a joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in her faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Nice try, Garin, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Huh? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty, too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. Really? So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So, keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out in the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I just can't abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for? And yet, Oh, is she gonna do the seance now? Duty, huh? It's a heavy burden, all right. Rachel looks like she's really struggling. Oh, back to Maya. Your benevolence? Oh, it's this scene again. How many times do we gotta read this? As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face, at least. Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason to continue with the proceedings. Oh, I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect. I don't think it exists. Nina's definitely the one who did it. Yeah. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then. So, what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nina killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of attaining a testimony here in Khura'in. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting we... It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty? A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nina killed Justice Minister Inga? And how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From who? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Man, that feels like a real baby level question. Dora the Explorer type stuff. You know, Maya would actually be fantastic here, not gonna lie. But I assume she's out of the question. So let's just go with the obvious choice of Rafa. But that is... Huh? Me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Oh. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rafa's powers should enable her to see the very moment Nina stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you in your power. You need me? Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again? The princess all said she was prepared. The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing out a verdict without one. Indeed. It would be problematic. Under Khura'ini's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered. Yeah, Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Oh, that was... Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand, huh? Well, hold it. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more. Rafa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights as of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? Oh, You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone! This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless? Wow. How can she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So, I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform the divination seance? I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. A hornhead? I do not understand. If I fail, you'll be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. But, you know, I believe in you. Gotta fill this empty dialogue flashback somehow. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, and that courage. My courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said. I have erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I have also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Uh-huh. In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances, because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave the sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. The Hornhead in this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. Your benevolence. Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nina. I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. This is a bit awkward to have no dialogue, so that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, Your Benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rayfa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Ah, there's that smug look. I haven't seen that much lately. Rayfa. Now, we're gonna get the full cutscene again?
I am the royal priestess.
Oh, different this time.
Rayfa Padma Khura'in.
Oh, she didn't need help disrobing.
And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rayfa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Igna's memories are going to show us.
Oh, Holy Mother.
Alright, here we go.
Hold this divination seance in
I guess we're
your name.
seeing the cutscene again.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
And there we go, cutscenes start. Let me get a drink of water before I start trying to think of random things to talk about. I suppose I should discuss why I find it so hard to talk during these sections. Not because I'm distracted by the cutscene, but because it's so short and in the middle of all this. I feel that if I get off topic and start talking like I usually intend to do when I'm not doing Ace Attorney streams, which is honestly not that often, I wouldn't have time to actually explain, or not explain, but talk about everything I want to talk about. And if I did, it would just detract from the trial, since we immediately go into, you know, the seance inspection. Suppose we can see if there's any differences. I'm not seeing any so far, unless I'm just very unobservant. For all I'm aware, this could be completely different camera angles than usual, and I would not be able to tell. Well, I recognize that shot, though. Did we ever get the meaning of the tattoo on her back? I don't know if we did. Well, it's probably not too important. It's probably just, oh, you know, I noted it. It's just one of those, like, one of her face tattoos. Just a Khura'inese thing, yeah? Just to denote her status. Anyway, let's see what we got here. So he's probably, I don't know, is he going to be in the room or is he going to be in the tomb? Either way, there's going to be no pain felt. And then he's going to fall over, and that's going to help our case a lot. Okay, he's in the tomb, drinking his grape juice, which has gone sour? Or does he just like it sour? I don't know. Yep, the incense is burning, which is probably why the brooch is covered in soot. You can hear his own footsteps. You hear a man's voice, probably his own. He's the type to monologue. Especially when he's looking up at the... Oh! He did feel pain. And then he hears footsteps after he's hit the ground. And he looks up to see Dirk with his face obscured. And he goes to shoot. There's a shot. There's laughter. What happened there? That's very confusing to me. What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face, it's just like... that picture of the founder. Huh. Oh! Oh, I get it. That's what the notebook's for. He can't see people's faces, can he? That... I mean, I was expecting it to be a memory thing, but, you know, that works too. I forget the name of that condition. It's an actual thing. Oh, I knew it at some point, but I've forgotten. The inability to remember people's faces. Anyway, let's go. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother... Oh, I skipped that one accident. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. Ha ha ha. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. And yet, this seance vision proves that he was stabbed in the tomb, and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything just backfired. Big time. Well, we don't know that the pain is from the stab. Wow. Garin had the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Huh. How... what's the first thing we're going to go after here? There's a few things. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly, when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot at his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So, what now, Mr. Wright? I don't exactly know how this works. You know, I'm not going to give you a tutorial. It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Let's see. Oh, right, that's how this worked. Okay. Waiting to make the hostage exchange. Drinking grape juice while gazing upon the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. Do we... I don't think it's necessarily Dirk's voice. Do we focus on the sound?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Maybe they were both being channeled. Then, whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Ingo had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. Oh, the phone. I forgot about that. Yeah. We just used the tomb crime photo picture, yeah? That's my father's... I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice. A cell phone? Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I concede the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. Okay, it is a subordinate's voice. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Okay. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. Okay. Took a call from a subordinate at the palace. Okay. Well, let's see what else we got. So, the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights, and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this now. Okay, well, let's not pause, speed forward a little bit. Which button was that? Fast forward, there we go. Yep, subordinate's voice. Footsteps. Oh, okay, so they're in the bazaar. Because that's the warbad. The dog bark. Also from being in the bazaar, because this is when Alby's dog was scared by this firecracker. Pain. Footsteps. Which may or may not be from the phone. It doesn't really matter. Probably not. And then... yeah, the explosion. So do we use this, then? But how would I go about this? Do I press this explosion sound? Or do I go for the warbad? I think I go for the warbad, right? That seems like the way we would go with this. Do we just have to identify where the guy was?
Objection!
Okay, nope, that's not it. Okay, I think we do go for the explosion then. Because we established that, yeah, the subordinate is in the bazaar on the phone when Albie is getting scared by the firecrackers. In which case the explosion is wrong, right? It's not a gunshot, so we use this. There. And now we, sound. There we go.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Okay. Okay, how do we go about that then? Perhaps I present? I could present. Let's see. Where's that thing that Albie left? Albie's statement? Yeah, Albie's statement here could work. Okay, we're gonna can we present that? No, we can't present that. Okay. In that case, took a phone call from the subordinate in the palace. Yes, that did happen. And just to double check, I cannot present things. No, I cannot. What if I'm in the presenting mode? Can I do it then? No. Okay, in that case, we should rewind a bit. To here, I think? No, to here. Do we present the lion's roar, perhaps?
Objection!
Is that it? Really? The lion's roar instead of the dog bark? They don't both work? Okay, that's strange. I hate to break it to your benevolence, but you've misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? Well, a lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. Oh, right, forgot about that. But, let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No. The only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is your pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kurain. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the war bat over in the bazaar? But, Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Oh. Ha! Just as I suspected, it was a call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. It's important to know where the call is made. Is it important to know where the call is made from? It's very important, I think. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rafa the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Take that!
What is that? It's Albie Urguide's statement. In it, he claims that Dat's Arbol threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Yes, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snaps. The happy-go-lucky Dat's Arbol. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man could be the cause of so much trouble. Oh, hey there, AJ, PW. Y'all can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arbol. Your benevolence. Do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. Okay, what do we got now? We have to take a call from the bazaar. That's fine, as is. It was that loud bang of the firecracker that Dats threw. And the final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Well, let's see. The hostage exchange is fine, right? When was that happening? It was around 2 p.m., so I guess it's fine if he's... No. Around 3 p.m. he was waiting? This is around 2 p.m. Okay, well, where do we want to use this? Well, let's fast forward first. Is this it? Around 3 p.m. And then do we use the explosion for this? I hope it's the explosion for this, because that's when the snapshot occurred. Snap. Let's hope it is.
Objection!
Oh, sounds like it. Music cut out. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know that the source of the loud bang is your... Now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? The statement. Again. Albie your guide's statement. Again? Yes, again. Because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right. 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m. Are you suggesting... Yes, I think you know where I'm going with this. That's his laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely the deceased's final moments were at 2, rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means that the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Pokunka? How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh, there goes the nails. Heh, now you see why justice will always prevail. Okay, we still have a whole second half of this trial to go through with the other murder. That's probably gonna take a while too. But peace! Peace, I say! Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? Well, I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Ah, you are absolutely correct. Without a face, we can't be certain who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when my mother was performing the rite of channeling. Huh? The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded. Which means that the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? Yes, that's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. But it didn't appear. What sort of argument is that? Oh, I forgot. I'm Apollo. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo? Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in their seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? Oh, why did Apollo have the previous line? That's weird. A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes. We can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces would have appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk, but if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show this to the court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I had no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look over the evidence again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in the seance vision? It would be this, the notepad. A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is who he saw the killer as a person without a face. No, it is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. Did I read that wrong again? Dang. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? What do you mean? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. That would explain the faceless being. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. What? Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Carmen has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nina know about Mr. Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant. So, as head servant, she knew about Mr. Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would. Huh. You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like what? When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2. Yet, that is impossible. For Rafa saw him at 2:30. Oh! We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. So, you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m., the hour Dirks entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garn makes up laws? Guess it's back to square one. Where do we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem this time. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there's a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong at all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading to the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was, in fact, it was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. What, channeled, you say? That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence Queen Garin and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me a party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Nayuta has to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. Huh? That cannot be! So then, Inga's scream... That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So, Mr. Inga probably leapt to his feet thinking he just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. What is happening? Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. Oh, look at that. There's the recess. Let's get a drink of water. Oh, it's a to be continued recess too. Dang, we are probably halfway through then. Can't imagine we get a second one of these, considering how little we have to get through. I mean, I guess there could be a third one if we were going to move on. If we were going to split this trial into 3 pieces, I guess. But I think it's only going to be the 2. Alright, well, we can probably get through the rest of this game tonight. I hope so. I mean, if the internet dies, then this is going to be a unexpectedly long finale, I guess. 3 parts. Not exactly what I want. So let's just hope that we can to manage it. Yeah? Let's talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Oh, we're going to swap out? Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Fey's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, horned head. It does not seem that we're going to be swapping. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Oh, Princess Rafa. You were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess.
Ah, yes, this line.
Rafa Padma Kurain.
I wonder what it would sound like if I played this on my 3DS speaker.
To face my father's death.
3DS speaker is actually not bad, but mine is pretty old. It might be a little bit crunchy. Though I don't think I would notice. I probably would notice. Most of the games I play have pretty, well, they have audio that wouldn't really be noticeable if the speaker was going out. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Oh, and who's approaching now? Hey, you! Lawyers! Where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question. I blew big time, AJ. That's... Shut up, you! What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So, Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in a blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I'm telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. That's... Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why do you choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dats. Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on? Even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Alright, alright. I mean, okay. Where are we going to open up with this? I mean, I know we're going to open up, but how are we going to get from this to Amara with Dirk gone? Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. Here we go. As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Man, I wish I could do that. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey, it was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So, why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? No, not this time. I guess no one's filled her in yet. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Fey? Yes, Your Majesty. Now then, let's see what she has to say. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. Let me guess, you helped hide the body? It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Fey is lying. Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. And I guess I'd better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. Yep, and we know just where to start here. Head right on to the end, Apollo. Now, tell me, what would you go along with? It sounds like you're trying to hide something, Miss Fey. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. In that case, then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. Oh. So, please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah. Maya seems really confused, but you can't blame her for not knowing what happened. True. After all, she was kidnapped, and now she's wrapped up in a murder case. We'll have to fill her in as she gives her testimony. Oh, okay, in that case, it sounds like a press everything situation. You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? Uh-huh. I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh, no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plumed Punisher. Acting like a brat and netting me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? Huh. He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers... through? Oh, that's... Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened, I definitely didn't channel Minister Inga. Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Fey, you were confined to Amar's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yeah, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nina in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of the potential witness. I hate when he's right. You didn't have a chance to channel him? Really? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make a channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session, and they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So, I take it you can do that too, Miss Fey? Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved mystic Maya Fey, a spirit medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you, childish Nick. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. Well, that's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? Well, I'm not certain, actually. The brooch does not seem... the gemstone does not seem to be what we're looking for here. Hold on, there's a bit of hair here. There, it's off the screen. A butterfly pendant's fingerprint, maybe, but I feel like it would be a bit more explicit if that was the case. Yeah, the channeling photo doesn't have anything to do with it. I mean, if that's the case, that's probably nothing, right? Is there any proof that Minister Inga was channeled? None at all. In fact, I think this just reinforces the theory that Dirk is dead. In fact, I'm 100% confident that Dirk is dead at this point. I've been for a while. Nope, I don't see how there could be, Your Majesty. I see you've still got a long way to go, Apollo. Excuse me? If it were Nick, he would have tried to bluff his way through that one. But I'm not Mr. Right. I'd like to retract my previous statement. And as to whether there is any proof that Minister Inga was channeled, you bet there is. But really? Well now, that was a rather underwhelming and strange retraction. You're bluffing, I take it, as Maya suggested? I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay. We know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Fey, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Can I see the photo of his death? Oh, he's face down, darn it. If he was face up, we could see if a gemstone was missing. Yeah, that's the only way we could go about that. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Fey was channeled Justice Minister Inga? See, that's the problem. I don't exactly know. Let's start from this page, because it should be quick to say no. No painkiller. No notepad. Not the photo. Not this photo. Not the statement. Not the law book. Not the assassination file. Not the badge. Not the orb. Not my badge. Not this photo. Not the autopsy report. Not the diagram. Potentially the crime photo. Potentially a gemstone. potentially the butterfly necklace, not the blood. So we have three possible pieces of evidence here. Which one indicates that Inga was channeled? Well, I don't think it's the photo, because the only way this would show that he's channeled is if he was face up and we saw buttons missing. Or rather, if he was face up and buttons weren't missing, I suppose. Because that would mean that an extra outfit was brought. In this case, Dirk's pendant or the gemstone. Well, I'm just going to go with the gemstone because that's the only real lead I have. Is that a gemstone? Hey, I got it right. Yes, we found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells for Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize the gemstone button from your husband's jacket? Huh? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. Especially if you were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into Minister's clothes before channeling him. Exactly. Miss Faye, you used the Minister's clothes as cover while you were going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. But what? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo. Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Kurain, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more. Much more. Inga Karkul Hakad Disnam... Oh, well, I'm gonna read that whole thing. Inga Karkul Hakad Disnam Biani Laga Ormo Pompus Danit Already is Kurain III. That is his true name. But could it be any longer? Oh yeah, it could be. Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet, a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we were working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo, I was thinking... yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? I don't care what Garin says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye, and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If she was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Mr. Inga. There is just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. Huh. So, the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer, then. With pleasure. Horned devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? Ah, it's time for Nina to come into play. Nina? Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right. Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina. And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nina disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters, the room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting... Yes, I am. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. No way! That's gotta be it. Nina must have somehow channeled the minister. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nina isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nina to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Very well, then. Let us call Nina to testify. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nina is in the waiting lobby. What? Nina's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent? Huh. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Ah, hello, Nina. Been some time. Some time indeed. Is this a new hat? Or is this the one you always wear? Miss Nina, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? That is new. That's not hat, that's hair. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects that I have committed a crime. So, this is Nina. That's quite the hairdo. Though, I will say... Oh, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal... Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nina rubbed off on her. What with all the time they spend together. You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. I was feeling under the weather yesterday, and decided to rest there, these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garin is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. Okay, well, how do we go about contradicting this? Because we know why it's wrong. Because she's Amara, of course, but where do we want to go with this? And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her here for nothing. Only those with the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nina could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. That Nina channeling a spirit. All right, the defense may now question the witness. What does it all mean? Well, let's see. We obviously need to press first before presenting anything. But which statement? Not all of them. Probably this one. Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes. Oh, and she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins, and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nina's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, the queen, has been locked away, and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she's alive shackles Nayuta to Garen's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony. Okay, I think I do present there, yeah? Present the photo? We just present that she did not pass.
Objection!
Perfect. Okay. So I presented what makes sense in terms of direct contradiction. Except, I don't know how to make it make sense in a larger context of this case. Well, if the defense is going to follow up its allowed objection... is the defense going to follow up its allowed objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nina's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Khura'in, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nina stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive, at the same time, the circumstantial evidence points to Nina channeling Inga. Go on, Apollo, put it together, my boy. After all, she just entered those private quarters. Come on, look at them. They look almost the same. Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nina channeled Inga. Oh, first yawn. Even though, supposedly, only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. It's too late to ask for a refund on my trip Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a second. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yeah, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garen is the only remaining spirit medium in Khura'in. The horned devil! You mustn't! Oh, but I must! Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who was shown in the photograph? The person in this photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Khura'in. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in the photo, Your Majesty. There, you see it? The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. You... Queen Amara still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. But how? Oh, here comes the chant. Been waiting for this. Honestly, I was expecting to happen to me through the beads earlier. Do not be deceived, your majesty. The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue. That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn now, Yuta. To wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. The Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as none other than Naina. But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga, someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. Then, the medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Oh, that was some terrible delivery, but I had an itch. Sorry. But condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Naina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What? What do you mean? Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Naina here? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence? If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Naina, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Pokunka! Well? Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Naina, no. Amara Sigitar Kurain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Is she gonna let her hair down? Oh. What is happening? I mean, obviously she's gonna do a transformation scene, but... What was up that choice of music? Oh, what am I even talking about? I'm just going insane from... Oh, that's not what I expected. A bit more of a dramatic transformation than I thought. Have I been talking nonsense? I feel like I just blanked out for a second. I'm sorry. While watching that. Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Khura'in. It is I, Amara Sigatar Khura'in, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? What? Did he really not know? Yeah, and I thought Garen's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite all right, Garen. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garen. But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Garen, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got a point. She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quite humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. Oh? What's this? You would accuse the Queen Amara of homicide? Grand Priestess of Khura'in'ism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. No. If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you as a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nina, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. You may be a grand figure in Khura'in'ism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Even though I am a grand priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth, your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw. Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness? Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Uh, Dirk Sadmati, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Raifa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb at around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was a minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh, yeah. Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? No. No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Oh, come on! Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sanmati, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. Oh, what a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, your eminence. And there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, your eminence. I actually get to do my job. Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. Now, alright. This is the first viewing of the testimony. Now, I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmati for his crimes. Okay, well, we know how this was wrong because Dirk is dead. And then the way he vanished is he just stopped being channeled. But how do we present that? Oh, such marvelous testimony. You truly are a treasure, your mercifulness. This, too, is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my! The Holy Mother, you say? Yes. Surely her Holy Mother has guided me to this witness stand. Oh, okay. Sorry. No, that's embarrassing. That tiger has extraordinarily strange eyes, I must say. That is actually somewhat unsettling. And to the purity of truth. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger, are here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara. Blessings be upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Okay, I guess I'm just only allowed to press, then. How do we go about that? Do we just press everything? Well, I guess I press these two statements and see what happens.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Mr. Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said your self-defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirk Sadmati and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next, there is no escaping such simple truths. Okay, well, let's press the second one then. That was the backup plan. There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Perhaps... perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. No. It's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. Okay? In that case, do I use the assassination file? Let's see. Huh. Well, this isn't important yet, so I think I should just press the remaining 3 statements, because that will probably be the best thing I have at the moment. My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous, and high-handed, if I may say so. Naoto is right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Surely you can steal better insults than Naoto's best. Now then, to all of you gathered in this sacred hall, need I remind you?
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There was despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Ah, okay, it was a press everything situation, gotcha. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to. For normal people. Ah! Maybe... Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, Defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? She channeled someone. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Oh, look at that. What the? Mercy, your mercifulness. You know, I think that's probably the one instance in this game where I think it would have been better if it wasn't 3D. Though I don't think that one scene is worth making the whole game 2D, with that being said. But how dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, good Majesty. It is quite alright. Crainism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would create a deceased person to channel. Did I read that right? It would require a deceased person channel. That makes much more sense than create one. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga, the only other there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Ah, right. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. Ah, that's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. Well, if you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another, huh? But who? Queen Amara? Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Well, there is the blood.
Objection!
Yep, and that's it. I think the rest of this trial should be rather straightforward. I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were Maya, Dirk. Oh, yeah, just Maya and Dirk. No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara? You knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo. Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper. Full of half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But I suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? There's no way this can be true. But, no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that it has set its sights on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. No, I guess we never found out what was up with his dark vision, but I suppose that was just a thing he has. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was... What? You can't. That's not possible. Defendant Dirk's son Mahdi is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. What are you on about? The Bolgonka! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing? I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if only one of them was actually dead, being channeled by Amara... But it can't be. Can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured. So how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered. Ha! That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim you have proof to support your assertion. Actually, I do. Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong, but as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there's only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid the body here. You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, Being that the Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may open it now? If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her to conduct a full investigation into the matter. Okay. Fade to black. Time skip. Alright, here she is. That was pretty quick. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky? Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Oh, there's the other half of the pendant. Dirk Sadmati. Oh, that's what the pink one's for. It's because Amara has the pink one. Gotcha. Dirk! Ah! No! Why? Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! And he's gone. Goodbye, Dirk. I did expect this for a while, though, so I'm not too shocked. And also, I don't think I've ever noticed, noted it, but I really like this track right here. It doesn't play too often, though. In fact, this game, the trilogy, doesn't, well, not really the trilogy, just the last two games, don't play music all too often, it feels like. It feels like a lot of the time it leaves you just without anything. How can this be? The traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution have finally returned to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Oh wow, she's an idiot. That's not how that works. He's a martyr now, don't you know? Who? What? What was I even fighting for? Apollo? What am I supposed to do now? Don't tell me it's gonna do to be continued, right? Son? Did he get challenged just now? Now, flashback. A lawyer. Say it. Should never look the way you do right now. Well, I guess he might actually be here. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, the dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. Okay, that is... we've had that flashback before, actually. I just forgot about it. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you. And I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright, but I'm fine now. Apollo? Detective Sky? Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I can say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, in the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Okay. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the U.S. without arousing suspicion. Yet, also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Nina? Not Nina, but... Oh, well, wait. Why do I have Nina and Amara here? But no. Is it Maya? Maya was presumably just kidnapped, right? By Inga? I don't think this is right, but I'm going to try it, just for the fun. Oh, it is. Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me. What exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out, and that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no point use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So, I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here. It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag, so I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it gets too late. It already is for you, pal. That's not his voice. What voice did I give him? He gets so few lines, it's hard to remember. Long time no see, a rebel blowhard. That's not it. Inga, I know you are up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Ah! Uh. Huh. Oh, that's got us smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. Ugh. Dirk! Ugh. Man, he's standing up a long time. Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? Huh? What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed everything for me. These ropes. I've got to help you. Relax. It's gonna be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it. Don't give up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play. No. Please, hang in there. You can still make it. Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk... He was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you. One last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that? Uh-huh. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason why you're here? Oh, I guess maybe he does have dark vision because he's a spirit. If he's been dead this long. My dark vision theory is not entirely wrong. Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Oops, weird delivery. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Ingo is already dead. I say that because we know that the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was something else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. It was you, wasn't it? And the fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind him and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of his body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of Parting, that is. Using one, anyone can drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... Oh, you know, I completely forgot about that. That's right. Oh, that's right, Prosecutor Sanmati. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned spent, pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing a Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. And that's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. Huh. I don't know, Paulo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So, ultimately, it was all for naught. Oh, that was okay, that was Nayuta talking. Nayuta? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. Why do people keep saying that? And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how can you... Ha! Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. That's not how revolution works. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but... It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sanmati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sanmati to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. And why is Nayuta doing this? Garwin shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nayuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now, let us end the charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people. Oh, a creepy tiger is back. Or not really creepy, more of just an unnerving tiger. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There was no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Feels like it's been a while since I got a chance to talk. Alright. Let's see. I have no proof, you say? Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Is this where the butterfly pendant comes in? That's what it seems like to me. But just to be sure, we're going to press this to make, just to make sure. In case something new pops up. You're saying that Dirk who entered the tomb is the one who killed Minister Inga? I am. I stand firm with the prosecution's original charge against the accused. The only issue is whether that Dirk was alive or dead. That's a pretty major issue. Oh, I beg to differ. For here in Khura'in, death is not the end. It is merely a change in one's address, for the Twilight Realm is only the next door over. Is it really? It is. Those who have only recently passed away may call upon you in the night. Such occurrences are quite common in our kingdom. She's kidding, right? In all the time I've spent here, I'm happy to say that's never happened to me. Me neither. You need not fear death. Embrace it, along with your guilt. Then may you begin your journey to the Twilight Realm. Okay. Well, I think I do just use this pendant, right? Fingerprint found on the lid. A fingerprint found on the inside of the lid, stained with the victim's blood. And if it's stained with the victim's blood, that means the murder would have already occurred. Wait, no. So that if this is here, that means that Amara is the one doing the channeling. Yeah. I don't. I'm confused. I'm overthinking this, and it's getting in my own way. I'm just gonna present it. Take the damage if it's wrong. Okay? It's wrong. Good. I wanted it out of the way so I would stop overthinking it. Because overthinking seems to be my downfall in these sometimes. So where do we want to actually go with this? Could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Okay, let's see. I don't actually see proof of this. I think it would be best... Where's his badge? Oh, right, it got taken by Maya. Duh. I think we should just press everything, I guess. Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies, but I should not be surprised considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, a man who deceived and seduced me. A grand priestess with his silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. Ah, but to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell. Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate? I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer Silvertongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. That's okay, that's not helpful in the slightest to me. I admit I don't have any solid evidence, yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Fey, there were only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garen was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Fey was tied up in the tomb. That means that Dirk we saw after the minister's murder, oh, I see where this is going, could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer. Forgive us, your mercifulness. Really, your majesty? But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in? Oh, I know about this. Not long ago, but some time ago, I heard some people talking about this game, and how much they quite liked it. But oh boy, did they become mad when a particular topic came up. What topic was it? This line right here. They were very, very upset because they thought it was the dumbest thing ever. They hated it. They hated it with a burning passion. And I must say, I've been waiting for this to show up. I didn't know what the context was for it. I sort of figured it out whenever this case, started coming together. But oh boy. Yeah, that is, in fact, very stupid. Luckily, I don't take it as an insult to my intelligence. I just take it as bad writing. Maybe desperate writing. Who can say? But, let's just move on after, what even argument would he make off of this? And how would I even I don't even need to counteract this. They've established their own rules on who can channel spirits. The only other possibility is Pearl. And I don't even think she's shown up this chapter. Jeez.
Objection!
Oh, did I even read that line? Hold on, I skipped 2 lines on accident. You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara... Okay, there we go. Now we can go back. What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in? Objection! Oh, come on, what are the chances? Satora, you lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? Well, we can prove she was in the tomb pretty easily. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits... Very well, let us see some evidence that I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? And yes, we do. This is where the the pink butterfly comes in.
Objection.
Queen Amara, does this pendant look familiar to you? Why? That is... Well, we found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it probably was dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection.
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it himself. Dirk had said it did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's. And that would be the body photo. Bam! Well, that's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot on it. Oh, you didn't have to make us point and click. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that.
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue and mirrored. Whoa, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? Well, if the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about the pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to? Oh, she's twiddling her thumbs.
Objection.
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection.
No, you're wrong. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sanmati. I tried to get the line before it appeared, and I was wrong. I'm guessing you didn't actually know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again. Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. It can't be. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara, it belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayuta, think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. And Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used, but he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara? Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? After all he's done? Dirk, Oh, there's her eyes. Was waiting for that. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why? Why? Whoa, 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 hey! Stream, whoa. What be happening? Are we back? Are we back? Oh god, I hope we're back. Please? I think we're back. Here, let's change the screen, see if it updates. Did it, how much latency do we have? I suppose that's the real question. After what just happened? A bit. That's normal amount though, considering we're on low latency, not low latency, we're in regular latency mode. Why is my thing going, oh, the internet's dying. Of course, it always does this. We're gonna keep going though. I'll put a pinned message in chat just in case. There. There. Bang. And pin it. And keep it there for, oh, let's say 10 minutes. No, that's way too long. Keep it there for, actually 10 minutes might be how long it takes in order to fix it. So, there you go. Bang. Message received. And I suppose if we're doing that, we might as well put the message up, but the latency, because the latency is significantly increasing. I suspect that has something to do with why it stopped working all of a sudden, because that latency was getting pretty high. It was really far behind, in case you're, at least at one point. It actually caught up somehow. I don't know how that works. Anyway, let's get back to this. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Zanmati, if you have no further objections... This cannot be. My mother... I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. But... Very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Dirk Zanmati. Hold it! Oh wait, actually, that was not Apollo. Who was that? Hold it! But your benevolence? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection toward Naina? Raifa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes. There is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. But Barbed Head, Hornhead, are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Yeah, weren't we on trial for 2 murder cases? And we, for some reason, have forgotten one of them for some reason? Maybe that has something to do with it. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Of course. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead? Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about the case has yet to come to light? The motive, of course. Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkulkurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garmin and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Huh? My bracelet. Apollo? Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. Hmm? But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide-and-seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. Okay, well, perceive time. This one's probably the last one of the game, right? Now let's see, we can go for the face, we can go for the hands. I think there's a pretty significant chance that she just, like, makes this wiggle a little bit. Oh, found it.
Gotcha!
That was a pretty easy one. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. And I'm positive Amara was in the tomb at the time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling? Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. Let me take a look at that picture real quick, because I have a feeling I know where he's going with this. Maybe. It's hard to say, actually. It was secretly taken by a certain individual. Huh? Oh, she has an objection line. Has she done that already? Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry. No can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... There's something much more pressing at the hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than the darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Oh, a scar on the chest. Huh? What's that right there? An injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. Oh! Okay, so this is Amara. So then the Queen actually did do... The Garin actually was the murderer, huh? I did not expect them to do that. Wait a second. Your Eminence... You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garin, then who is it? It'd be... Amara. I almost forgot her name, dang. Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garin. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And both of you are capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garin. Queen Mara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Oh, is she actually getting like a breakdown? Look! There! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. But I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact this photo was taken at 2 p.m., the exact same time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't have possibly committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi, so Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I am afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to the stage of the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she was channeling him. Which means, while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Bokumka! What's going on here? Her mercifulness... No, I didn't get to read that one. If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garin wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? And the answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate someone else's alibi. Which page is she on? No, here she is. Why, is this some kind of a joke? No, Your Majesty. I can never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garin Sigatar Kurain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garin ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garen, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth, now. Mother? Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... Oh. Oh, okay, that's... a shocking development. Mother? No! I really did it. Your Eminence, my life is yours. Isn't he one of Garen's royal guards? Queen Amara, bailiff, arrest that guardsman. Mother, Garen couldn't have. Could she? But someone call for an ambulance, quickly now. Oh man, am I actually going to have to make this a 3-part finale? Oh god, I am. Oh, come on. I wanted to get this done for Christmas Eve. We actually got a day 3 out of it? Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe. Oh, come on. I don't have time to do another 2 hours. Oh, okay. You know what? We can call that the end of the day, okay? We unfortunately will have to continue this at some other time, probably Thursday, which means a complete shift in schedule. Yeah, okay. Schedule needs to be reworked. I'll get that done by tomorrow afternoon. Oh, which might actually be like a significantly different time depending on your time zone, considering how close it is to midnight in some time zones. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in. This has been Secret Scuffed, and you know, why don't we do a raid for once? Do we have real people here or bots? I can't tell, but you know what? A great way to tell is if I do a raid and see if people stick around. Now, of course, the most important part of that is if I had to remember how to do this. It's been a long time. Let's see here. How do I do this? How do I do this? I do not recall. Ah, this is how I do it. Okay, found it. And I had to do this next? Yes, okay, I'm remembering the buttons. And now let's see. Oh, look at that. Wonderful. We have someone in English. We do prefer to do that. So, go on over here. Goodbye. Thank you all for tuning in. This has been Secret Scuffed, and I am signing off. Goodbye.